Meow. Hi. It goes okay. Hi. You're welcome. Uh, You're going to get all the context that is going to be given to you on that very soon. Yes, you do. Yeah. Actually, hold on. Is it still connected? It's not connected. Good, I checked that. Oneko Hayo, everyone. How are you doing today? It is me, Ow, the banana to the face. Yes, I saw that. So, title context. You're about to get it. Anyone see the new, Shrek movie trailer?
What did I just see? This didn't release. This escaped. This looks like one of those scam ads that play on free mobile games. Seeing this made me finally decide to go to therapy. Look how they massacred my boys. That's Shrok and Dinky. How do I unwatch a trailer? Shrek overdosed on anti-aging cream. When is that asteroid coming? Sonic treatment immediately. Finally, a worthy opponent for Snow White. DreamWorks Nightmare World Shrek with RTX on our designs. We got Brain Rot and Shrek 5 before GTA 6. Look, we added TikTok to the mirror. We are so hip with the kids. The original design of Shrek in the found lost footage looks better than this. Far, far away has a fucking fentanyl crisis. Just counteracted my ibuprofen and now my migraine is back. Who the fuck are those people? This isn't a trailer, it's a threat. Donkey looks like he broke out of rehab. This looks like when kids' movies make Happy Meal ads. Dear DreamWorks, April Fools isn't less than a month. You could have waited. This one should have stayed in the swamp. Sonic Protocol needs to be activated. Shrek and Donkey look like they lived through 3 world wars. What the fuck? Shit looks like a mobile game ad whose central gameplay is just Shrek-themed Candy Crush. The original design of Shrek in the found lost footage looks better than this. Far, far away has a fucking fentanyl crisis. Shut it.
So, yeah, this has been in my head for the past, since Sil sent it to me. The CGI is bad. Yes. I sometimes use it to point at things on the screen. Anyway, go support the channel if you like them. I was working on it. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rowley Beat. It was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? Yeah, unfortunately, I need the game to be started so I can actually tell it to capture the game. A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. well.
Objection.
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife. Now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. Thank you for the follow, Sable the Dead Lich Queen, or the Undead Lich Queen. Hi, I come from when before there was time and space was still getting established. I got here the long way. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something. That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense. You offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Hi. Sir Hodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against the London police officer. If you're mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court I accidentally clicked because I was trying to clean something off of my mouse. The motive for this alleged tampering. Thank you for the head pats. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, counsel. If that is your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing the crime actually took place that evening? They're right about here. But that's on the opposite side of the road. Usually when someone attacks the courtroom or something, I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Daredev's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zyke said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rolly Beat? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding righteous man I know. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only, it seems, it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Order! 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 What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good of the people of the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the art's reputation, for everything. I have a possible explanation for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Zykes, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. Judge just said, bitch, shut up and sit down. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you'd better show us some evidence. No, I said I had a theory, not an evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? I mean, yeah, I know. I mean, this explains the why. This explains the motive. And it's asking for the motive. So I'm going to present the thing that gives the motive.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land and I've only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh, yes! It was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. Then he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. What must have gone through the man's mind? Sir, it's just on that particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh! Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable! You realize the gravity of what you've done. It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. I've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, what it meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mearsham Street, and then... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. I mean, yes, but the work conditions that he has are excruciatingly shit. There's a reason why he's falling asleep in court. So, like, I can even understand it more. I'm going to assume that was supposed to be principal. And I do not think at any point he thought this would fuck with the... Like, I don't think he thought this would affect the crime in any way. Just that he'd be pushing the work off onto his, you know, co-worker. So he could have his anniversary off. And like, I can see all of it. Because he didn't know he was going to get involved in a Phoenix Wright case. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? No, she's in a coma. Oh, 4. Yes, it's definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? And all the others are scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, that's because that's how I found it. Now you found it. What do you mean? Yep. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Well, yes, no doubt about it, sir. Interesting. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. No. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zykes? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. All right then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Sir, let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistakes of tampering with the scene of a crime. Huh? Never again, sir? You mean to say? Leave, now. This trial is not yet over. Sir! I mean, with how lax police procedures were back here and then, like, I legitimately think this would be a case for, yeah, you're going to get some disciplinary action, dude. Don't do it again. Maybe a little time behind bars, maybe some docked pay or something. but like with what he didn't try to compromise the scene of the crime. I legitimately think that this would be with, you know, in times before, like, fingerprints and DNA evidence. Yes, that as well. So, like, I can definitely see that it's like, just, A, never do this again. B, get the fuck out of here. Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party translating either the entire scene of the crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person that could possibly have committed this crime. No?
Objection.
Not anymore, it isn't. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is something else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Van Zykes, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You'll name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier. I mean, through the lens of him doing his job as prosecutor, I mean, yes, it is his responsibility to try to, you know, just sneak that one under the door. Through the lens of actual justice and trying to find the truth and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, come on. Come on, dude. Come on. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb. Me? Oh, dear me. That request has already been denied. Oh, sorry. That request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in the regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes. Wait. Hold on, wait. No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4. Oh! Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about that knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's just a commoner garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. I mean, I'm definitely seeing that he is proto-Edgeworth, and legitimately, I can definitely see a world where the reason he is coming out of retirement is to hone me to a razor's edge. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garridab? Now, you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. The poor woman. Yes, the repeated assault of her husband. Yes, yes. We should definitely be pitying her. I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, Ajora. Oh! The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this vermin. Thank you, Lord Van Zykes. I'm going to have to testify? Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even been aware. Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garridab. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. The defense would also like to ask, does her vote still count? Because, you know, that's, like, really relevant at this point. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garridab, and I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, dearie me. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. Actually, I'm continuing my thought process. There's definitely, in that first case here in Britain, there was an air of this, the legal system here is flawed. And I think I think Van Zykes is trying to hone me to a razor's edge so he and I can like change the system. Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather, I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb? Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life. Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. The Battle of Garadeb. If he is actually secretly as noble as I'm starting to think he is, I am kind of liking him too. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'd have a job proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although, an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. One-sided. Ah. Enemy caught us in the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, veteran such as himself is only too aware of that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker away from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows to such that surroundings are barely noticed. The witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. And Sykes may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. And by pressing matters, we mean pressing press. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garrideb. A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mr. Garrideb found the note... But Mrs. Garrideb found the note discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's a common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark, anyway. Unlikely story. These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bath water around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day, if you need any, you see. The lodgers are always moaning they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. Defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire? At the banana. Hi, Rose. As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. Not indeed. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. Ow! That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did you know I was thinking that? So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster.
By Jupiter!
Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, towel, sponge, a napkin.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garrideb! Don't shoot! Sorry, I beg your pardon? Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch! The happy cat noises. Oh, thank you for the head pats. Good grief, woman. You're at home now. This is a court of law. Oh, dear me. Ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with a teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would have never thrown such things at you, obviously. Oh, take a look at this, then. How do you suppose that happened, Apparently. You're a cutie. Your pipe, sir? Now, personally, I think someone should gift Rose a sub. But that's just me, you know, being a greedy little demon. Your pipe, sir? Have this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Not to clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes? And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. Ah, ring! Thank you! You're a good bean, Ring. I didn't actually expect someone to do it, but... You're a good bean. I see your pipe was broken. Never been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I managed to bandage the thing up for now. You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make of this account. Events believe Mr. Garrideb's remarks just now to be of great significance. You're all good beans. This war veteran's words tell us one thing. One thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. I don't know. Delta, are you planning on streaming today? Indeed, common sense, one might say. Right, one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Very court, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. And we will find the tip of the knife in it. I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garrideb. Now if we could return to the crux of the matter. Well, yes, it very well could be. In fact, I think it very much is. And then we take a look at the circumcised knife. That is intentional phrasing.
Objection!
Oh, come on. Do I need to use the tip?
Objection!
Mr. Garrett, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't? You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. When I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing, being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must D very dizzy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal. Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to just be a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. A pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? And put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record. I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of the case, my lord. They gave her a box to stand on because she's short. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well, then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, already blah, 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 we already...
Take that!
I'm boxed. Oh. This is a knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece of the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tip lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade, it's the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. Good grief, Lord Van Zykes! I don't believe it! the knife from the crime scene, and this fragment of metal. A perfect match! Good golly gosh! Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Van Zykes has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is, when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe? Something was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garadeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord. Yes. And that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1! And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garadeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh! Oh dear! Oh no!
Objection!
I have my wine chalice again. A full-bodied theory, I give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. I'm like 90% sure that was some kind of racist. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. A crime theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because, you see, it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable what? Or Van Dykes, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Ah! That's right, you silly little man. Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking alone along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, There's no possible way it could have planted itself in the victim's back. Wait, I think I've realized why he keeps throwing the glass at that lamp. You see, the fact he's using that to prove to the court that it is alcohol, because every time he does it, you see a flare up of fire. So he keeps throwing glasses at that, so they know that that is not blood. There's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. Order! Order! Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Well, the book is lost for words. Look, he knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know. It would appear the fence has made a rather spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. We were so close I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. Susato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record. I'm sure all the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. No, I mean, I know you're in the 1900s and all, but that is not what silence means, dude. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of the back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness. Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book? Yes. And to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question. And the victim holding it in her hand. Now, if the court could please...
Look at this photograph.
But as we all know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. What made you place the book in the victim's hand? Oh, because it was in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd be doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo! I don't... What? Never heard that before. I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me. I apologize if when reading stuff from this era, if I say anything that is interpretable as offensive, just so everyone's clear. I won't read anything that I know to be offensive, but if something may be, you know, like, oh, we don't use that anymore because reason, you know, I apologize. We know the book fell from the top floor of the Garrett household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog. And all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mrs. Garrett. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up. Yes, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh, heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right. Facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Saseki Natsume. Well, I never! It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No. This was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett, the very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Poor Mrs. Garadab. Nearly murdering a woman and getting an innocent man convicted for it while attempting to assault her husband. With a knife. And lighting the house on fire. Can you tell that I don't really have sympathy for her? Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but I just meant to throw a knife at my husband. I didn't mean for someone not my husband to get stabbed. It was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. I mean, based on intent, and also the fact that the woman didn't die, or at least hasn't died yet. This would be like... Fuck, I don't know. Like, this would be like... Yeah. But that's like... That's that specific crime to which I doubt she would be charged for, because I think he would need to... Like... If they could prove that she was trying to throw a knife at her husband, and not just throwing anything she could get her hands on, I think the only charges you could get her with would be like reckless endangerment and battery. Unless you could prove she was actively trying to throw a knife at her husband. John, dear. It's all right, I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! Rude. Lord Van Zykes, what news of Mrs. Garadab? She has been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a tragedy. They caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. And they shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. No, hold the fucking phone here. She shall have to prepare herself for the consequences of her actions. Overall, it has been implied that he has been emotionally abusive to his wife, at least in part. Don't get me wrong. Emotional abuse, bad. Trust me. I'm aware of how bad it can be. But within that one particular situation, She saw a love note, not even addressed to him, just a love note in a used book, and started hurling shit at him. Within this one particular circumstance, not in the overall arching their relationship, within the frame of this circumstance, he is 100% the victim. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange, we've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. Oh, wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. Hello, Simple. So, Mr. Satsu... Soseki, Natsume. There we go. Yes? Quite possibly. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture. And have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it's me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now. But I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Or Soseki-san, his imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped the books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Yes, correct in retrospect, but you know, like, it makes sense that someone would also panic in that situation. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. Wait, what? They've put Mr. Garadeb in her spot. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions, but thanks to Lord Van Zykes and our young lawyer here from the east. That chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh! Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of the jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. Guilty! I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. Does mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. They say I have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Very well, Mr. Saseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Release the court, Fatty! And the court fireworks! And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Yeah, of all of the things, the fireworks are probably up there, but the throwing of alcohol at open flames and the giant flaming scales are definitely up there too. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. Oh, locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course. Is there another locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Alas, I'm free, I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, and jubilation! Hearty, hearty happiness, hurrah! Oh, I'm pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard to just say that, then? Locum, you did it. You saved me from the brink. Oh, what happened to the poor old woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that. Lovely, loyal locum lawyer. Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. I see towering foreigners. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. No, he got called a hunchback like a lot of times. But today, you locum lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!" Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? Oh, there you are, my dear fellows. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh? The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain? It's you! Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom. Either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Sherlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? And she'd been taken to the hospital more urgently. I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh! But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. No, I mean, it'll just be dysfunctional in a different way. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. For Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after all this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Ah, Lord Van Sykes. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. It'll all be all right, Mr. Natsume. Oh, that was... It'll be all right, Mr. Natsume. Hmm? If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hey, yeah, why me? With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? Mention something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh! It's already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. I've come to realize that it's my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse? That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more the strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. I see. Work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Do you return to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. Only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right. But we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room. But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit? Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. We'll think about it, if that's all right. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it's up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price. And Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words. So, suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Welcome. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. That depends. Do you count the times where Mia was inhabiting her? Then probably not. It's a shame we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, also something about bureaucracy. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home. 221B Baker Street. I see. Very importantly, we have hanging above the staircase. Never mind. I Guess that caused it to scroll. So this to be our new office, yes. Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you very much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel? You have your own office in the capital. It's very exciting, actually. I still wish the camera could pan a little bit more over to the right. I wanted to highlight something for chat. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows. Ow! Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're aware of the murkiness that lies beneath London's facade already. Once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke, but it wasn't long before my turn came. To lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Well, I guess we're not going to get to see that other side of the stairs for at least a little moment. But what I will say is, we had a bunch of garlic hanging over our stairs, so Van Zykes isn't getting into our office. Also, I'm going to be right back. Look, I'm sorry. I'm respecting the guy, but he's still extremely vampire coded. The Hound of the Baskervilles. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. It had its eyes glowed with smoldering glare. The whole of its ox eyes died in finish reading.
Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited breathlessly in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The
Okay,
whole
there
of
we
its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles."
Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court, which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land, who had gone up against the Reaper twice and walked away both times successful. I'm sorry, hold on. I need to ask something. Tell me, chat, does this sound familiar to you at all from any court-based games? A foreign law practitioner who is undefeated has come in from overseas, and every single person is like, holy shit, it's them, the undefeated foreign lawyer person. Does that sound like anyone from all of the other games? So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. No, I did mean the prosecutors, but you know, even still, like, you'd think word would get around. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san? Yes? Is it time for us to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So, shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes! Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see, what case is it today? Here we go again. Okay, it's kind of behind the Pokeball, but please observe the stair garlic. Sort of. The correct way to end the case is actually to lose, but to lose the exactly right way, that your client, the assassin basically says, you want to be found guilty, my guy. You really want to be found guilty at this point. Oh, do you want to be found guilty at this point? Because if you go free, my guy, oh, buddy. And then your client is like, Your Honor, I did it. The assassin release Maya, please. I did it. I'm going to jail, probably to be executed, but less painfully than this guy will do. Oh, good. We can hear Sholmes committing violin. Morning, Runo. Morning, Susie. Good morning, Iris. Iris? What is it, Runo? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Ah, yes, you noticed that, did you? Like I said, he's committing violin. Hurley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems. Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? Good morning. A good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. Huh. My analytical mind is dead, music is dead, the world is dead. Damn this blanched existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Hell, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble. Kitty! Oh, look! It's Wagahai. Good morning, boy. That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there? Well then, everyone, it's time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. It would indeed be a fine day to die. Ah, I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. I remember substance abuse issues. kitty. Waggy. Cats are not unfeeling creatures. Cats are precious babies. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him's toe beans. You used a what? The cat flapomat. What do you mean it can do it in any door? Okay, what the fuck is going on, Sholmes? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its mellifluent tones would make flowers bloom. It would? But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over. It really does? Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I have bowed, for days even, through the night I have endeavored, to no avail. At sound, my tone is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone. Gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotion. Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley? Don't worry, I'm sure it will come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next, they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh dear. Why is this happening to me? They take the turn I have for the violin from me. What is left, for pity's sake? What is left? Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but... Your desk looks rather empty today. Ah, well done, Miss Susato. Your observational skills do you credit. Oh no, Mr. Sholmes, they pale in significance when compared to yours. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? You mean Hurley's great analytoscope? That's at Windibanks now. Sorry, it's at Windibanks? Oh, Windibanks. The pawnbrokery. Pawn? What? You mean you pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see, quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate? Making use of a pawnbroker is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbrokering works. Oh, what's to understand exactly? What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbrokering works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week. And then on Saturdays, they go to recover the things they have using the money they've earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious! So whenever we have something getting in the way, we leave it at Windibank's, you see? A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. I would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain. Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. Kitty! Kitty causing problems! What was that? Oh no! Wagahai is tangled up in your violin! I think he thinks it's a toy. No! What's he doing to it? Oh dear. Mr. Sholmes' precious violin. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is a more accomplished musician than I now. Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Oh, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives. Shall I, Hurley? Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Ah! Of course he has a Stradivarius. Why are you, like, so... Did someone steal Sholmes's violin? Okay, what the fuck is going on? Hooray! Never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. Womp womp. And now he's... gone from depressive to manic. So what's the chances that John Windibank is dead? Wiggle, wiggle, wait, on, wiggle. Hey, Cracker. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Now I am. Right? I am? Looks like it should be. Yeah, I am. Wiggle, wiggle. It's still not tracking me the best, though. Why is it Flumpy? I would like to hope my silliness is less obnoxious. I like pat pats. I also like my... phone having good tracking. There we kind of go. Yeah, sure, we'll go with this, I guess. Oh, hey, look, he's alive. That's... Did you, like, order... Where did you order from? Did you order from, like, DoorDash or something? Mr. Sholmes, sir, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo. It's time to inform Mr. Windibanks of our ire. It is time to inform Mr. Food Delivery of your ire. Come, the fight is afoot! Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes. The second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windibanks. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There's only one way to make amends. No. No. I don't think that will be necessary, do you? Let me say just one thing before I pop off. Yes? Sholmes, you fucking lemon. Yes, correct. I'm not okay with this NPC. Hello, disrespectful Nico. So this is the depression case. I don't actually see it there. Oh boy, he's gonna have us.
Look at this photograph.
Yeah, they even come with timestamps. No doubt the security camera is going to be important here. Take care, Epic. No, the correct answer is it's not magic, it's science. Okay, I am currently struggling to find out what my target is. Yes, you have to keep a close eye on the date. That's something that changes very infrequently. You mean this thing right over there? Okay, well, at least we've stumbled across the plot, I guess. The article's barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Argument brewing over by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. They had a proper butcher's at it? Oh no, it's her. See, all I need to see, young girl. Yep, it's her. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Oh yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilda's trial 2 months ago. I mean, to be fair, she has, like, immense sidekick energy. Tell me she doesn't have sidekick energy. Gordon Bennett, you lot. Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. I see you still have Iris's gun. Hey, you remember me then, do you? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us, nothing to eat. Gonna pop that black weasel, sorry, coat, have you? What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day, unless I'm much mistaken. You're that young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Mr. Sholmes. So, you have something of valued upon, do you? Let me see the article. I shall negotiate with Mr. Windibanks on your behalf. Pull the other one. I don't need help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on. I'll make trouble for you. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What is that thing he has in his hands? Some kind of metal disc? And you, go on, leave me alone. Oh, Miss Lestrade, let's just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Sasato-san can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. I didn't think you were the kind of person who'd use a pawnbroker. You are an admitted pickpocket. Yes, it is reasonable to assume that the thing you are attempting to pawn may be stolen. No, I'm not going to deny it because it makes perfect sense to assume that. Yeah, yeah. Hey, can we have Miss Lestrade's disc that we can shove into the music box? Yes, you literally have. We just examined one. It's probably made for the one that's literally in your shop. Yes, you're an honest customer. It's a nice overcoat. Well, your name is Richie McFancy Pants. Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. What's your problem, eh? There is no problem as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line. Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Eh? Who are you? How do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy to remember the faces of your victims, it seems. What? What do you mean from you? Broker? Yes, sir? I believe this filthy pickpocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, sir. That article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Why? Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say, any music box discs too. No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's, or it was, now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yes, I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying. What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life. I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before. Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now. No, I swear it. I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again. Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time I've been targeted by these back-slum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Go along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Hold on, why is everyone thinking it's me? Just look at this dandy cove, and you think I'm the dodgy one? One of you is an admitted pickpocket, which is a crime. I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. What? Evidence that article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course, we need only consult Mr. Windibank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant. I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Oh. I never ask customers' names. That's strict policy of mine. But why not? Well, now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity. Yes, I see. But then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Of course, it's Professor. Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. The gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt. A watchword interesting. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windibank. As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all. Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of a deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article? That's right, sir. Yes, just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you require already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on 15th February. With the watchword of Professor. Oh, perfectly correct information, sir. But, ow! Really, this is beyond a joke now. There's no further room for doubt. Okay, but how did she know the watchword then, apparently? Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry, yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh, yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup dressed up with exotic spices. You're thinking India, I think. You might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation about? I'm pretty sure he's describing curry, right? Brown-colored soup with way too many spices? That's curry, right? Like, I'm not... Curry is Indian, right? I don't like spicy things. I don't pay attention to curry. Perhaps, anyway, if you're a gentleman, sir. I'm also basing it off of the fact that it's like 1900s Britain, so like India would definitely be a thing, right? Like they were pretty invested in India back then. Delta because British. I love how the answer to that is racist in of itself. But because Imperial British. You offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another. Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhado. I'm a lawyer. Well, student of law, really. No, you're a certified lawyer at this point, dude. My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhado's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Eggert Benedict. I don't even need to... You know, some names I have to go and be like, where's the pun? Some names I have to go and, like, analyze where the pun is, what the pun is hidden as. Not here. Well, I mean, given that it's a Phoenix Wright game, admittedly, though, this is one to break the, Yeah, that was more or less what I was implying, Ring. It is kind of... obvious. And, given this is a Phoenix Wright game, admittedly, it's like the first Phoenix Wright game I've played where there have been non-murders. Well, a non-murder. I mean, admittedly, one of the Phoenix Wright games had a non-murder, but then it turned into a murder. Regardless, there is a very high chance that the end result of this set of conversation-y bits... Absolutely not. The sheer amount of bullshit is a trademark thing for this series. Anyways, there is I'd call it a 70% chance that within the next couple of days, he dies and Gina is accused of his murder. Or the pawnbroker dies, he did it, and Gina is accused of his murder. We're going to be defending Gina. I'm like 90% on that. And Shantae. So refined how he holds himself and how he speaks, but his name is Suspicious. Simple. Now to the matter at hand. We were just told this man's name is Suspicious. My overcoat, return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. Every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand watching him. So let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir. With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. Shh, this is why I hate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks it makes me a liar. Yes, that is a very good indicator of lack of adherence to truths. I am not sure why this is a difficult concept to grasp. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. But of course, sir, here's the disc for you. Just this one. Pardon, sir? I was expecting another. Or, that is, I deposited another. Another disc? Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what you deposited with me was merely the overcoat. This happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Gutterling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Says who, I don't know nothing about it. Okay, I'm gonna get up a second, do a little bit of stretchy, and grab something real quick. Running low on walls. Okay, I back. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc. It's mine. What do you think you're doing? You little tramp. Knock, knock, who's there? These nuts. You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Why, yes, there's blood on the disc. It's because of all those sharp little bumps. Man must have scratched his finger on them. I found it first, all right? It belonged to me, old man. So you're not having it. Oh, you take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again, so you keep hold of it. This is right. Why is this disc so important to her? You there in the back library. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. What do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? Hi, Sholmes. Yes, we've... What? Sholmes, what the... Sholmes, what the fuck? Okay, Sholmes, are we going to be doing the stupid thing or the normal thing? Stupid thing it is. Two immovable conclusions he's drawn. Well, these are going to be two very wrong things that I'm going to have to fix. Well, I guess Mr. Sholmes might not be stupid for a moment. Oh, now we get to the, yep. The staff recruitment flyer. Well, I think I've figured out how we're proving his name isn't Egbert Benedict. Or, nope, because he's pointing it out. No, never mind, he's not. And the happy cat noises. I like pets. Is it a sword cane? It's a shovel handle. He plans to dig a hole. Okay, so he was definitely gonna like look at the ledger or something, or the photograph, or the gun. Okay, that he was planning on you digging a hole under here to do a bank heist. Reserve fund for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that's top secret police information. Of course. You're a fucking lemon. Mr. Shams. Why did you tell people? Yes, he would know about it because he's a criminal. Don't you fucking dare do it. Yeah, time to de-dumbify his theories. I am starting to think that's not going to happen. Who would have guessed that the thing had a thing written on it?
Take that!
Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear this writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket Miss Lestrade into Mr. Windibank's prawn brokery here. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It's the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Windibank's pawnbrokery, and today the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you've gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. Ulterior motive for your actions. So you seriously... I feel insulted that it focuses on what is presumably the right answer.
Take that!
Contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. Most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Eggert Benedict? You're led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet in a most possessive manner, you grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. The cane isn't. This cane isn't. I said before that you'd had the cane for years. So don't try to tell us you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name.
Take that!
Split seam which you conceal. Elaborate criminal planning, blah, 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 blah. Why do we take so long with all of this? How could she have known it? Yes, the council noticed, clearly. It's the fucking ledger. Or I guess the Notelet.
Take that!
Well, when she knew Professor is the watchword. I wonder if it's in something he's holding behind his back. Oh yeah, I guess let's look at this music. Oh, like, seriously.
Take that!
Okay, so yeah, McGilded things. The ability to pause time and free cam around while people are hiding things is useful. was the trial of Magnus McGilded. Or, yeah. I'm handing over the disc.
Hold it!
Fucking God. I don't even know what case you're referring to, dude. I mean, I've already assumed McGill had faked his own death or something. I mean, yeah, this kind of is evidence at this point. Seriously, though, Gina seems like exactly the kind of person we need as a sidekick. You know, the kind of person who's going to go and get the evidence we need and burst into the courthouse at just the right time. Does she not? Do you not get that vibe off of her, chat? Probably complain about how difficult it was getting it while she did so. Had a right time of it too, what with all the guard dogs. But there it was, just like you said. See, that's why I hate grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you. I really, Miss Lestrade, tell me. Is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh, why, surely you were given that. Yeah? Did he let me keep it? After I looked daggers at him for long enough. I went through the pockets, then said, go on, then have it before telling me to scarp her. Always pays off giving people a look like you ate them. I can't help but feeling that it's going to get you into serious trouble one day. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc, mind. The music box disc? Mr. Windibank said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go have another bash. Give him a long hard stare. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Windibanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. Can't be helped, I'm afraid. Police are investigating the scene now. Taking a statement from Mr. Windibanks. Not this mine. I had a ticket for this coat and was in the coat's pocket. There should be something else and all. That's what the Rotten Cove said, ain't it? Did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well, then that's fine too, whatever it is. Now she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day. Yeah, it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Eh? Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. No. Ta. Oh. Oh, I come around to your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? But here she's gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And
one more thing.
we should be glad of your company later too. Sorry? I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting. What is it? You'll have to wait and see, Mr. Sato. Until later, then. I mean, girl who makes her living by stealing to get by. And being offered free food. Yeah, I think she's going to come and show up for dinner. Oh, Susie and Bruno, come in, come in. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess. It's Ginny, isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise. Yes, that's wonderful news. Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. Can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Yes, Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship. Except it's fucking backwards. Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent. Because she's the actually smart one? Yes, I have been wondering that. Yep, that's what happens when you tell a kid not to go looking in something. Yeah, no, you definitely wouldn't have been able to hide it from you. You're smart. Hey, Iris, I don't suppose you happen to have any sort of comma-shaped gem somewhere if you can see these lies that people are hiding? So yeah, it was her dad. Okay, you're back in the office, Mr. Sholmes, I see. Why do we have it? You stole it. I why am I always the only sane one? Okay, so what's the disc? You palmed it and gave him the chocolate bar? Oh. Okay, so yeah, what's on the disc? There are different kinds of music boxes. All the music boxes ever made in Europe. Hey, what kind of music box did McGilded have? McGilded isn't a name you expected to hear so soon? Really, I would have expected that you would be very much expecting people to refer to you as the lawyer from the McGilded trial. Look, what I will say is that the M that was on that knife could be the W of Windabank. Oh, Tomad, stab the fuck out of him! It was safe and secure. You are just an idiot. Yeah, the Baskerville story. How did you know the name of it? I like head pats. I watched the opening intro of this of this case. You are welcome here, Gina. That's threatening. Kitty. Sorry, thank you for the sub.
Baron Cat. Thank you for the positively long resub. Your support makes my bat heart flutter with banana joy.
Okay, time for the case to start, right? Oh, yeah, maybe it was in the telegram. You've been summoned. You've been summoned regarding the DL6 incident. Hi, Iris. Hi, Jenny. I'm sure this game has DLC incidents too. It's Capcom, they love their DLC. How did she steal this when we were doing pickpocket training? You're cute. Yes, she probably does. Have at it, you two. Then we've got some serious DL6 incident energy going on here. I don't even know if I said all of the words in that. DL6 incident energy. There must be a damn good reason, considering he'll blab state secrets to go with his hypothesis. I was just going to assume they were dead. You don't really do the child pickpocket thing and not be an orphan in 1900s Britain. You most certainly had parents at one point. This is true. We all fight our own battles. And just because they're not the same battles you're fighting doesn't mean they're any less valid. Okay, now that we've had some drama brewing. Drama that could be solved by Susato if she were to, you know... were to spill the tea. I think the fact that she's 3'2" is indication enough that she's a child. Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Naruhodo? Voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. You know, if it were Maya, I'd already be assuming that Lord Chief Justice Strongheart is going to get murdered tomorrow. Miss Lestrada's gone. Oh no, what a surprise. Okay, let's look out the window and... She broke into Windbanks. Who would have assumed that the criminal might break into somewhere? Windibanks is going to be dead. Gina's going to be the accused. Oh, hello, what have we here? Aaron was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? Policeman close by me. I ran back to the Windibankses.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Narado.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. in the storeroom. Hurry!
You know what? And Gina next. Yep.
It's Gina!
And now we begin the investigation portion for the case in which we defend Gina. Yeah, shit went down, Iris. Yeah, kinda. Mr. Windibanks is dead. It looks like Gina did it. I do not think it was her. I think it was the two thugs that shot Sholmes. St. Sinner's Hospital. Iris is precious. Protect. Well, she had a gun in her hand, and she was there with the victim. Well, I mean, there was a little window into the room, and they could have shot him through that. Come on, Iris. You're my Susato this mission. See, I called it even before... Even before it happened. He's probably in surgery right now. You had too much coffee, so the anesthetic isn't working. Hey, Gina. They let you keep that in prison. Seriously? We're here to say we're going to fucking defend you. Never shoot someone except with a grenade launcher. Come on, Gina. Okay, Gino, can you at least tell us what happened? Why is this part stressful? Because of the uncertainty bits? I guess that makes sense. Kind of like how I can't stand watching cringe things because I get secondhand embarrassed. You see, during bits of this, though, I get filled with justice. I don't just see them in trouble. I have the desire to make it right. Come on, Gina. What the fuck is up? Yeah. I definitely can agree with that. That is a... No. That is... Was at the place. We're going to be allowed to look at the other side of it? No. We are. Oh, there's the broken shit on the floor there. Yeah, sorry for not doing your entire job for you. Yet. Yes, correct. Thank you, Iris. You are the smartest person in this game. Also, finding the evidence is the police's job. Also, finding the person who fucking did it is the police's job. Okay, investigation. No, seriously, Iris is like, do I need to be here? Do I need to be present? Can I just let Iris do? He got shot. No, because the person who apparently was involved in this is her bestest friend in the whole wide world. Yep. Yes, she is small, precious child. So he sucks up to Iris, so she keeps writing nice things about him. Dude, she's a good bean. You don't have to worry about her, like... And now an important message from our sponsors. It's about the journey. About cracking the case. To the Chief Justices, yeah. She had to go there because DL6 incident. Just don't let them run a desert nation. You think this place is normal? You can't take a suit of armor seriously. Birds. Building birds. Oh dear. Professor Police Chief has fallen ill. Why does it surprise you that the... It's definitely going to be concern of mine, considering it's probably the DL6 incident. Yes, she does deserve a fair trial. That is... She refused to represent... Yeah. Yes, we already visited her. I'm sorry I get so exhausted during the investigation phases. I think in the case of these investigation phases, it's more struggling with the wrapping around the box. It's like those old CD cases where they have the wrapping part that says peel here, and like, fuck, you're peeling that there. Please let us defend you, otherwise Iris will be sad. You are one manipulative bitch, Susato. So, what lie did you tell? Ooh, yay. Oh, it was a Menser. Yeah, that's correct. I thought we uncovered that fact. Okay, so the music box disc. Okay, what she heard. Two people got on the cat or on the thing. So my prediction is that Thrice Fired Mason was in on a plot to something something music disc, something something the funds for the Crystal Tower. Okay, so McGilda definitely killed Mason. Gina, a powerful person abused their power against you. Gina, we don't think you did it. We think you are the typical, not like tsundere type, but it's still like tsundere adjacent type, where it's like, I don't need anyone, I don't need anybody. Please help me, please save me. You know, that kind of person. Like, what is that archetype called? Because, like, I'm right. It's, like, definitely tsundere adjacent, right? No. That's, like, they're emotionless because their heart is frozen over. But they do still care, they just show it in very subtle ways. So, like, I can definitely see how you're saying that's adjacent to it, too. Yeah. I know it might seem odd, all things considered, like with how I seem to be. But when it comes to, like, actual romance, Kudere is probably the closest to what I'm like. Because too much past trauma. So with me, it's all about the little things. Hey, Greg. I like hugs. I like more hugs. Okay, now hold the fuck on. There's... she laced it with the fact that her stories are the reason why his pay got doubled. Yeah. Ow. That is meaningful. I do not... Okay, I'm already onto something. Gina didn't think she was giving us this pawnbroker ticket here. She thought she was giving us this pawnbroker ticket. And something, somehow they got switched, and to call this even half of a theory is, to call this half a theory is already overstating it. Look at these photographs. Stereoscope. It's stereoscope. They're not quite identical. Face angle is slightly different. Shadow's slightly different. Because look at the stereograph. This is going to be important. The weird fucking meat computer is amazing, yes. I don't think my model can do that. I'm not cross-eyed, am I? Yeah, I doubted my model. Did you know this game was initially released on the 3DS? I am... I can, like, guarantee we're going to need this knowledge at some point. I want to investigate the broken lamp, thank you. Look at this crap. That seems like... I don't know what caliber that looks like, but that is a caliber. That is... Yes, that's blood. No, it's red paint. I fucking swear we're going to be matching blood types now, aren't we? I mean, it's definitely going to be useful. This is like some Apex proto forensics. Yeah, let's go shoot some crap at his blood and see that it is or isn't a match, and oh, hold on, I've already got something brewing in my noggin. The Eggman. Dr. Eggman, that's his name for right now. Egg Benedictson. Benedict Eggsworth, or whatever the hell his name was. He got scratched on the disc, and we're going to analyze that blood sample that's on the disc. That's a thing that's going to happen and be relevant. Ran away from Iris. Iris, I can assure you, aside from being Mia, you have already done more to help me than Maya ever did. That, Gregsy, that... How's Sholmes' operation going? Both, probably. Don't worry, he'll wake up at a plot-relevant time. So he was shot through the window and then they yeeted the gun in and then Ginny picked it up because reasons. That or alternatively a cat did it. Because, you know, we had the cat door maker and there's a picture of a cat. You do the blood thing. So the blood on the calendar is not his blood. Yeah, we got info on the blood stain on the wood floor. He was shot down. It was his. He was shot down through his door. What's in the box? Of course it is. They were trying to get the disc thing but they had the wrong claim ticket and Oh, do I actually need to do this? No, I guess not. Or did they think this was the small box? Examine the gun. Repeatedly, yes. Any thoughts here, Greggy? Okay, so that opened up another dialogue. Okay, there we go. There are several small boxes here. So it'd be out front. It would probably be the fancy looking box. I saw a fancy looking box there earlier and I was like, this one right here. Maybe. Oh, really? That was just a thing to direct us to the calendar. I am investigated out, chat. Especially if I am expected to deal with stuff outside. Is this gonna start a thing? Okay, it's not starting a thing. Oh, he's still not back yet. So I probably do have to investigate around here. We're gonna get to this the next year. I'm investigated out. Investigation phases just drain me. I know they're important because they give me context for the case and whatnot, but just give me courtroom. More courtroom. Infinite courtroom. Stay cute, everyone. Mwah.